Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are getting started with session 2 of the 2025 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals here in the Atlanta, Georgia Convention Center. We are getting started with platforms 1 and 2. My name is Kevin Serrano, and I'm here joined by
Peyton Carpenter.
And we'll be taking you guys through the action, the play-by-play commentary, and just talking to you guys a little bit more about what you guys are seeing on screen. As a reminder, this is platform 1 and platform 2. There we have Adric on platform 1 to 117.5 kilos for his opening attempt. He gets 3 white lights.
Ahmed hits an easy opener with 145 kilos on platform 2.
Earlier today we had the 44 kilo all the way up to the 60 kilo women competing in session 1, and up next we have the men ranging from the 56 kilo weight class all the way up to the 67.5.
Austin taking 132.5 kilos here in the Team 2 division on platform 1.
And we also have the 52 kilo men competing as well. We have a few lifters in that division as well. And again, ladies and gentlemen, this is Raw Nationals, so this is encompassing all age divisions in the Raw. So we have all the way from teens competing in this championship to master lifters. So we have anywhere from 14-year-olds to 80-year-olds competing in this championship. We have Curtin Barrow up next on platform 2, taking 117.5 kilos for an opener. Bennett on 1 with 135 for his opener.
Looks like an easy opener for Bennett. 3 white lights, good lift.
And a very snappy opener by Kurt. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1, that is a good lift. So Kurt on his opening squat got a red card infraction, which means that one of the side referees did not believe that Kurt squatted low enough. And essentially what the referees are looking for when it comes to depth is making sure the hip crease of the lifter falls below the top surface of the knee.
Indiana on platform 1 with a 140 kilo opener. Looks like a lifter from McKendree University.
Indiana competed not too long ago at the Student World Cup and at Collegiate National, so he's well-seasoned lifter. Lazaro gets 2-1. Good lift on platform 2. And ladies and gentlemen, if you want to follow along in the action, be sure to visit LiftingCast.com, and then you will select 2025 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Day 1, and you will view the full roster and the live attempts as we see them here on the screen.
We have Dennis on platform 2 walking at 182.5 kilo opener. Looks like a good lift for Dennis. Refs say 3 white lights.
Yeah, Dennis Worley taking us past the 400-pound mark for this flight of squats. We have both 60 kilo, 56, and 75 kilo men competing on platform 2 in this flight, and then we have 52 and 56 kilo men competing on platform 1.
Easy opener for Patrick on platform 2. 3 white lights.
Over on platform 1, we have a world record attempt by Kenny Wong, taking 198 kilos for an opening squat. About 436 pounds. Looks like Kenny might have gone a little bit too deep there. Unfortunately was unsuccessful with the lift. However, these are just openers, so he will have another shot at this, but it looks like Kenny might be dealing with some sort of injury or cramp. Let's hope he's all right.
Donnie's coming out to attempt a 205 kilo opener on platform 2.
Very fast opener by Donnie on platform 2. We're getting started up on our second attempt squats on platform 1. Adric taking a 7.5 kilo jump to 125. Big smile on his face, Adric, taking his time on platform 1. That was a good lift on platform 1.
Matthew has about 15 seconds here on platform 2.
And for those of you who are tuning in, who are a little bit new to powerlifting, lifters have 60 seconds to take their attempt on the platform, and that means that they have 60 seconds to receive the initial squat command from the center referee. So in this case, Matthew timed out, meaning that he did not come out to the platform to take his attempt, and will therefore be moving on to the following lifter. Got a right height adjustment on platform 2.
Like Bennett hits an easy opener on platform 1. So you got one red from the left referee. That red card accompanying the red light is for missing depth.
Smooth opener by Colin on platform 2. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. Indiana on platform 1 taking a 10 kilo jump. As mentioned, he's a lifter out of McKendree University. He's a junior lifter, However, he's competing today in the open division.
Strong squat from Indiana.
And unfortunately, that was a no lift on platform 2. Adrian got called on depth by all 3 referees.
Good lift for Alejandro on platform 1, 3 white lights.
And then as we start getting into these heavier squats over on platform 2 in the men's 75 kilo division, these lifters are opening up with some pretty big squats. So it's looking and shaping out to be a very competitive battle in the 75 kilo division. Kevin Nguyen taking a 7.5 kilo jump from opener to second on platform 1, and Garrett with a massive 242.5 kilo opener.
Looks like a little bit of a grind for Kevin on platform 1. See what the refs have to say. 2 white lights getting called on depth on the left side referee.
And we'll see what we got coming up next here on 1. Kenny Wong unfortunately had a pretty significant miss on his opening attempt. Looked like he just dive bombed his squat, couldn't recover, and seemed to deal with a little bit of a cramp or injury. Let's see if he comes out to take it again on this second attempt. As a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Wong attempted a world record squat for an opener.
Easy opener for Noah on platform 2. Good lift.
And now we are moving along to our second attempts on platform 2. Ahmed will be kicking us off with 152.5, taking a 7.5 kilo jump. And it appears that Kenny Wong will not be coming out to take his squat attempt. He will be timing out. So in this scenario, if Kenny Wong isn't able to register a valid squat in any of his 3 attempts, he will be disqualified from the championship and will no longer be able to post a total. He will be able to take his bench press and deadlift attempts. However, he will not be eligible for placements as he did not register a valid squat.
Looks like a solid second attempt for Ahmed on platform 2.
Yeah, seems to have pretty much a lot left in the tank there. Let's see what he takes for his third.
Adric is getting ready to attempt a 130 kilo third attempt lift on platform 1.
That was a good lift by Brian on platform 2.
Looks like he misses it on strength there. Good catch by the spotters.
Kurt Navarro up next on platform 2, 7.5 kilo jump, 180, 396 pounds. Kurt is one of those lifters who really likes to give back to the sport. He is a gym owner, referee, coach. He does a lot for the sport, based out in San Diego, California. See what the referees say on Austin's third squat there. 2-1, a good lift. And unfortunately, Kurt was unsuccessful in his second attempt squat. He got called 2-1, no lift on depth.
Bennett making a 7.5 kilo jump on platform 1, taking 150 kilos for his third attempt squat.
We got Lazaro on platform 2, all SPD'd out. He makes easy work out of 187.5. That looked like an opener. 3 white lights.
Looks like Bennett missed his third on platform 1.
Fortunately, a little too much there. In national championships like this, it's really important for coaches and handlers to be very adamant on the loads they're selecting for these lifters. As a reminder, these are our lightest men competing in this session, so coaches need to be very mindful of the attempt selection, knowing that these 2.5 kilo increments might be a lot relatively compared to lifters in higher weight classes. Indiana Gray looking to close out with 157.5. And unfortunately, it's just a little too much there. Kind of started windmilling out of the hole, getting himself out of position.
Patrick coming out on platform 2 for 195 kilo second attempt. Strong walkout from Alejandro on platform 1. Oh, and he smokes his third. Looks like a good lift here. See what the refs have to say. 3 white lights.
Tristan coming up next, following Patrick. Very crucial kilos to pick up there for Tristan. He is in a tough battle with Patrick based on the forecasted. Currently spread by only 5 kilos between the two after their second attempt squats. Plenty of lifting left to go, but we'll keep you guys followed up on the action on how this story develops.
Looks like a little bit of a grind for Kevin on platform 1, but gets 3 white lights for his third attempt.
And over on platform 1, we will be timing out again for Kenny Wong, who attempted a world record squat, but unfortunately, it appears he might be coming out. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we have Kenny Wong re-attempting his 198 kilo world record squat, which he missed on his opener, opted to time out for a second, and will come back on the third to retake it. Let's see how he handles this weight. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a world record squat. Gets the rack command. Let's see if he hit depth on that lift. Waiting on those referee lights. And unfortunately, it is a 3 red light lift, so you cannot contest it to the jury. Still a valiant effort by Kenny Wong to come out and take a world record squat after having missed it on his opener.
Looks like Matthew may be timing out on platform 2. For those of you who aren't familiar, sometimes lifters will opt to time out just as a courtesy to other lifters, give them another minute of rest before coming up for their next attempt. We have Kevin on platform 1 starting off flight D with an opening attempt of 192.5 kilos. Looks like a strong walkout. Easy opener for Kevin. Judges say 2-1, so he got a red card on depth on his left side.
And over on platform 1, flight D has started, as mentioned, and these are our 67.5 kilo junior and open lifters.
On platform 2, Adrian is re-attempting 235 for his second attempt.
Got previously called on depth on his opener. Let's see if he made that adjustment on his second attempt. A little bit better. He got 1 white light. However, 2 referees still believe that he did not squat low enough, so he will have 1 more try and 1 more go at this weight to try to get one on the board. Ryan opening up with 200 kilos in the men's 67.5 kilo division.
Strong walkout for Ryan.
Oh, what an easy opener for Ryan. Waiting on that referee light for Ryan, but pretty sure that was a good lift given how fast that moved.
Looks like Ryan eventually got 3 white lights. Good lift.
Yes, sir. And Garrett Lockwood up next, 252.5, 556-pound squat for the 75-kilo lifter.
Looks like Garrett has a bit of a false unrack. For those of you who are unfamiliar, sometimes lifters will opt to kind of pop that bar up off the rack just to kind of get a feeling for their positioning under the bar before actually walking the bar out. Looks like a strong second attempt for Garrett as well.
Yeah, I tend to do that with my squat as well. I just kind of pop it out of the rack, get a feel for it before I walk it out just to kind of gauge how heavy that attempt is going to be.
Looks like Rye gets 2 red lights from the left and the center refs for depth.
Noah Foreman up next on platform 2, our heaviest second attempt for platform 2.
We have Charles on platform 1 attempting a 205-kilo opener. Charles blows up his opener.
Charles is one of the lifters in the junior division who is contesting for the podium spot, currently forecasted in second behind Hakeem. And that was a smooth second attempt by Noah. We're moving right along into our third attempt squats for our platform 2. Joey Ho opening us up with 210, lifter out of St. Louis.
Ahmed taking his time getting set. It's like a strong walk out here for a 160-kilo third attempt.
Very strong and easy squat there for Ahmed. He is competing in the 56-kilo Teen 2 division, so he is in the age of 16 and 17 competing at the national championship. That is very impressive lifting at such a young age.
Christopher's got some energy here on platform 1. He's going to be taking a 210-kilo opener.
Again, a very tight battle here in the men's raw 67.5 kilo division. So these lifts over on platform 1 for these opening attempts are going to be very valuable and very critical. Very wide stance by Christopher.
Looks like Christopher might have hit a little bit of a sticking point coming out of the bottom there on his opener, but see what the judges have to say. Should be a good lift.
Looks like he buried that squat, but just got a little caught as he got out of the hole. 3 white lights. Kurt Navarro on platform 2, retaking 180 kilos. He got called on depth on his second attempt, looking to retake that. Just go a little deeper this time. Let's see if he can make that adjustment. Very interesting bar placement by Sky Wu on platform 1, but that seems to be no issue as we're waiting on the referee lights, but that looked to be a good lift. And unfortunately, it did look like Kurt got a little deeper on that third squat, but wasn't able to fully recover. So he will be staying with his opening attempt. So that really shakes things up in that division in the 60-kilo open class.
We have Braden on platform 1 getting ready to attempt a 212.5-kilo opener. Looks like it moved fast. May have been a little high, but see what the judges have to say here. Yep, looks like he got called on depth in the front and his right side judge.
Dennis Worley, another one of the lifters, retaking their second attempt weight, unable to get that weight up on the second, looking to retake that here on the third. Hits depth and recovers past that sticking point. Let's see what the referees say after that grind of a squat by Dennis. 3 white lights, that is a good lift. Very valuable kilos for Dennis there.
Platform 1, we have Kevin taking a 10-kilo jump from his opener to a 202.5-kilo second attempt.
See what the referees say on depth there. A little unsure on that one. Yeah, and 2-1, no lift on depth.
Looks like a great call. 7.5 kilo to his third attempt for Lazaro. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, Lazaro had some really good attempt selection there. Took a very easy opener and made very calculated jumps, ending and putting himself in a very good position going into the bench press.
Now we have a bit of an interesting move here from Rai on platform 1. Missed his opener of 202.5 kilos. Still opted to go up 2.5 kilos anyways for a second attempt here. Let's see how it moves.
Yeah, oftentimes a lifter might not want to get stuck with their opening attempt weight going into the third attempt, so they just might up the opener just a little bit. But in this case, Rai actually missed his second attempt again on depth, so now he's in a bit of trouble now going into the third attempt. Will he maintain the same weight he retook, or will he try to take a gamble and go up again in order to recover the kilos he's missed before? And we see here in the standings, it looks like Rai will be retaking 205 kilos for his third attempt to try to get on the board and stay in the meet.
Strong lift on platform 1. See what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, 12.5 kilo jump to his second attempt. Looks like we have Tristan opting for a bit more of a high bar position. Oh, looks like he misses his third there.
However, he doesn't lose too much on the placings. He only went up 2.5 kilos from second to third, so we still be left with 202.5 going into the bench press. Same issue there with Braden on platform 1. Gets called on depth by the right side, and it looks to see if you review his squat position. He is in a bit of a slanted and awkward hip position, so one side of the referees don't think that he is squatting low enough. So let's see what adjustment he can make going into the third attempt. He currently does not have any registered squat attempts, so we'll hope to see he recovers and fixes that issue going into the third.
Looks like Matthew will be coming out on platform 2. He'll be taking 227.5 kilos for his third attempt here. Looks like he missed his first 2 attempts. Has to hit this third attempt lift here to stay in the meet.
Ladies and gentlemen, all eyes on platform 2 for Matthew here.
Looks like a strong lift for Matthew. A little concerned about his right hand. Looks like he might have opened his hand up before. Oh, still gets 3 white lights. Stays in the meet.
That is all you need. Matthew will walk away with 227.5 kilos going into the bench. Maybe not what he ideally liked, but that is infinitely better than bombing out. So good job for Matthew in making that recovery. And up next, same situation here with Adrian, who missed 235 in his second and third attempts for depth calls. Let's see if he can get a little bit deeper on his third and satisfy those referees.
Easy second for Ryan on platform 1. Looks like he got called by both side judges on depth.
Adrian gets the rack command. Let's see what the referees say. And that is 2-1, a no lift. So unless there is any sort of jury intervention in Adrian's squat, Adrian will be moving on without a valid squat attempt, therefore not being eligible to place in the men's raw 75 kilo open division.
We have Colin on platform 2, making a 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt. Might be squeezing just a couple more kilos out of his third attempt here.
And Joey Ho with the strong second attempt of 217.5.
Looks like a good call for Colin.
Looks like 2.5 kilos was all that's left there. But every kilo counts when it comes to battles this close.
Have a 15 kilo jump for Charles on platform 1, going to 220 kilos for his second attempt.
Very important squat here for Charles, who's in a tough battle with Hakeem. Both currently forecasted just 5 kilos away from each other if Charles is successful with this squat. And the battle stays on.
Easy third for Noah on platform 2. 3 white lights.
And now we got our biggest squat of the flight coming up on flight C, platform 2. Garrett Lockwood will be taking the same weight. Noel Foreman just took 262.5 kilos, 578 pounds.
A little bit of a grind for Garrett. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights. One thing you may have noticed at home with the spotters is they will change from a 3-man crew to a 5-man crew once squats get over 500. Just with the bar load being heavier, keeps the lifter safe, keeps the other spotters safe.
Yeah, it is a very nice threshold to cross when you finally have to get spotted by 5 lifters. That is somewhat of a rewarding feeling, knowing that it takes that many people to spot the weight you're squatting. Very important lift here on platform 1 for Rai. Missed his opener and second attempt on depth, looking to retake the same weight he took for his second. Again, he went up despite missing the opener to 205. However, missed it again on depth. Will need this squat in order to stay in the competition. Looked plenty easy. Let's see if he got plenty deep. 3 white lights. He's in the meat.
We have Jordan on platform 2. Coming out for a 190 kilo opener. He is our second lifter of flight D on platform 2. So we have an interesting strategy from Kevin here. Missed his second attempt at 202.5 kilos. Still opted to go up 5 kilos anyways for his third attempt.
Bit of a risky strategy there, because if Kevin is unsuccessful with this lift, he'll be stuck with 192.5, which was his opening attempt weight.
Looks like just a little bit too much here for Kevin today.
Up next, we got Hakeem on platform 1, one of the lifters who's in the battle for the men's raw junior 67.5 kilo division. If successful with this squat, he'll be forecasted at a 590 kilo total. Just about 15 kilos behind Charles with plenty of lifting left to go. This is a very tight battle, ladies and gentlemen.
Looks like an easy lift for Hakeem on platform 1. See what the judges have to say. 3 white lights. He goes 3 for 3 on squats. It's always a great way to start off the meet.
And there's 3 white lights, platform 2. Braden needs this squat on platform 1 to stay in the meet. Looks like he got plenty deep. Let's see what the referees say, call him on this attempt.
Tristan is coming out with some energy on platform 2.
We're still waiting on those lights on platform 1 for Braden. Good opener by Tristan on platform 2. And it looks like Braden was successful with 212.5. So he will be staying in the meet and registering a valid squat attempt as he goes into the bench press.
We have Christopher again on platform 1, looking to go 3 for 3 on squats with a 220 kilo third attempt. That is a 5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Unfortunately, that is a no lift on platform 2. Both side referees did not believe that he squatted low enough. Now let's see how Christopher Matthews gets called on this 220 squat. Patiently waiting for those referee lights. And I think we overheard Gino saying that it was a 2-to-1 no lift.
Strong opener from Darius on platform 2. 3 white lights. Out comes Preston Lee on platform 2, looking to take 217.5 kilos for his opener. Smooth opener for Preston. 3 white lights.
So I believe there was a bit of a lot number mix-up on platform 1. The order was supposed to be Joey Ho followed by Ryan, and it looked like Nonetheless, good attempt over on platform 2. Looks like the referees are sorting the mix-up on platform 1, so we'll get back to the action pretty shortly. Peter Wynn with a 220 kilo opener in the 65 kilo open division.
Now we have Ryan coming out on platform 1. Looks like the judges got that sorted out. Ryan is attempting a 225 kilo third attempt, making a 10 kilo jump from his missed second attempt. Let's see how this goes.
Missed the second, still opted to go up 10 kilos. Let's see how this plays out for him here. Ryan is one of those lifters in the running for the junior division. And unfortunately, he will be left with taking 200 kilos as his squat going into the bench and deadlift. So that'll be very troublesome as we roll into the forecasted placings. Very critical squat here for Charles, who's looking to extend his lead against Hakeem, who's trailing right behind him. As mentioned, Hakeem is currently forecasted with a 590 total after taking his third squat. Charles is successful, will end with 605 on the forecasted. And he does, he extends his lead and gets 3 white lights.
We have Sky on platform 1 attempting a 230 kilo third attempt.
These are some crazy squats for 148-pound men, squatting well over 500 pounds. Very easy squat by Sky.
Looks like we will have Bruce Endler on platform 1, starting off flight E with a 120 kilo opener. Bruce is a Masters 3 lifter.
Masters 3 meaning that he is in his 60s, so Masters 3 ranging from 60 all the way to 69 years of age.
Looks like a strong opener for Bruce. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
Jack Wong taking a 10 kilo jump from 192.5 to 202.5.
Looks like John got 2-to-1 call, good lift. Got a red light from the front referee got a yellow card. For those of you who are unfamiliar, the yellow card is a whole bunch of different infractions, different for each lift, but it can also be kind of used as a catch-all for different kind of infractions that you don't typically see.
The most common infraction we see on squat is, of course, the depth. So as referees are observing these lifters' hip crease, making sure they squat low enough, they will give the red light with the red card. And then some other common infractions that we might see in squat is soft knees. So at the beginning and at the end of the lift, lifters need to have their knees fully locked out, and they have to make sure that their hands are fully gripping the bar. They can't release the hands or let go of the bar while they are squatting. That is also one thing that these referees are looking for, as well as any up and down movement of the bar. So if that lifter is grinding that bar up and that bar dips back down while the lifter is trying to recover, that unfortunately is a no lift as well.
We have Dwayne on platform 1 attempting a 135 kilo opener. Something we don't see too often, going no knee sleeves. It's like an easy opener anyways.
Paul coming up next, taking a 12.5 kilo jump from opener to second.
It's like we're still waiting to get the judges' call on platform 1. Craig is coming out for a 160 kilo opener.
Those 3 whites over on platform 2.
Tristan again coming out with some energy for his second attempt.
Very excited after taking a 12.5 kilo jump. Pretty aggressive jump there, as Tristan is one of the top contenders in the men's Raw Open 67.5 division. And he makes great work out of that lift. But unfortunately, gets 2-1 a no lift from the side referees. They did not believe that Tristan squatted low enough.
We have Oren on platform 1 attempting 167.5 kilos for his opener.
And Adam's in a bit of a tough spot here. He's one of the lifters who's forecasted within the podium. However, he missed his opening attempt on depth, looking to retake that. So now he will be stuck with probably his second attempt weight going into the third.
Looks like a smooth lift for Adam on platform 2. Let's see what the judges have to say about depth. Yeah, 3 white lights on depth, or 3 red lights on depth.
And you hate to see it, but it's a unanimous 3 red light. So all 3 referees, even the center referee, did not believe that he squatted low enough. So quite a bit of adjustment will be needing to be had there if he wants to satisfy the judges' perception of depth going into the third attempt. Peter Wynn crossing over the 500-pound mark here on second attempt squats. Very deep squat by Peter.
We have an interesting rack setup on platform 1, something I don't believe we've seen yet. But what's pretty cool about the combo racks is you're actually able to tilt those arms in and out. So if you have a bit of a wider grip as a lifter, sometimes you can knock those sides in. Makes it a little bit easier to grab on the outsides.
Looks like Dennis asked for the spotters to move the racks into the default upright position. However, I myself have competed with the uprights moved in, and I personally do that just because I don't want the plates hitting any of the uprights as I walk out my squat. Just because sometimes in training I might nick the rack, so I might just prefer to not have that happen while I compete. But again, it all comes down to lifter preference. That win with a easy 230 kilo second attempt squat. Gets 3 white lights from the referees. Preston will also follow up with 230 as well. And David Wang will be taking 177.5 kilos for his opening attempt squat. He's competing in the men's masters division, 40 to 49 years of age.
Nice opener from David on platform 1. 3 white lights. We have another Masters lifter on platform 1. David Wang is a Master 1 lifter. He's taking 177.5 kilos for his opening attempt. Looks like he's got a strong walkout here. Very controlled in the bottom, easy on the way up. See what the judges have to say.
He shifted a bit side to side, but that seemed to be no issue in recovering with that squat. Still waiting on those referee lights. And he gets 2 to 1. That is a good lift. Lawrence puts up a good fight with 195 kilos on platform 2. And we're moving right along into our third and final attempt squats on platform 2, flight D. Jordan Ellis up next on platform 2, 205 kilos, taking a 5 kilo jump. Jason Jackson on platform 1, opening with 210. Bit of a tough squat there for Jordan, but gets it up and secures that third attempt. Jack Kwong will now be taking 210 kilos for his third and final attempt.
Platform 2, we have Jack coming out for a 210 kilo third attempt squat.
Dwayne with a pretty insane opening squat here. He is competing in the Masters 3 division, opening up with some weights very similar to what some of these open guys are lifting. He is squatting and opening up with 468 pounds in the 75 kilo division. Bit of a tough opener than you might expect for it to look like, but Dwayne still makes great work out of it and gets 3 white lights from the referees.
We have Joel coming out for his third attempt squat on platform 2, 217.5 kilos.
See what the referees say on that depth by Joel. Yeah, unfortunately that is a no lift, 3 red lights.
Platform 1, we have David Brown coming out for an opening squat of 252.5 kilos. David is a men's Raw Master 1 lifter, so he's between 40 and 49 years old.
A shifty squat by Darius on platform 2. However, he still gets 3 white lights and is successful walking away with his third attempt squat. Ladies and gentlemen, shift your attention over on platform 2. Adam Diaz is retaking for the third time 222.5 kilos. Missed it on his opener, missed it again on his second attempt, and will be retaking that weight for the third. He got a unanimous 3 red lights on his first and second attempt. Let's see if he can make that adjustment, go deeper on this third attempt squat, and not bomb out at the national championship.
Looks like may have been deep enough for his third attempt. See what the judges have to say.
3 white lights. And given with how fast that attempt moved, he definitely had a lot more left in the tank, just needed to make that technical adjustment in getting deeper. And oftentimes, lifters might, for the sake of wanting the weight to move very fast and very speedy for the opener, they might sacrifice and compromise depth, which is likely what we saw here with Adam. Clearly the weight was no issue for him. He just needed to go a little deeper the third time around.
Can be a little bit disappointing to go 1 for 3 on squats, but always better to come away with something on the board than nothing.
Absolutely. And then we'll see how the coaching staff adjusts their game plan going into bench and deadlifts. But now we have an interesting attempt selection here by Tristan, missing his second attempt of 220, still opting to go up 5 kilos to 225. And again, you have to wonder what the conversations might be back in with the coaches. What might have been their decision making with wanting to go up 5 kilos? Tristan is one of those lifters who is forecasted in the top placements for the open division in the 65 kilo class. So again, it is one of those things where the coaches are trying to get as much out of the lifter as possible, but they seem to might have just overextended themselves a little bit when it comes to Tristan's squat attempt selection.
Unfortunately, it looks like John dumped the bar on platform 1. Good catch by the spotters. Looks like everybody's safe.
Very, very good catch by the spotters. And again, it just goes to show how much of a value and asset we have of having such competent and talented spotters here at the national championship. These are professional spotters and loading crews, so they are some of the fastest spotters and loaders we have here available in the sport, and they are here representing USA Powerlifting at the national championship. So very thankful to have them here on all 4 of our platforms.
Looks like it might be a little bit too heavy here for Peter today. Unfortunately, misses his third attempt.
No sleeves, no problem for Dwayne here on platform 2. See what the referees say on this 10-kilo jump of 145. 2-1, that is a good lift. 2 whites is all you need. That way, and looking to close out with 237.5 kilos for his third attempt squat. Unfortunately, just a little too much for that on the platform 2.
It's like a solid lift for Craig on platform 1. 3 white lights, good second attempt for Craig.
Up next here, closing out our flight on platform 2, we got Preston Lee coming up with 240 kilos, taking a 10-kilo jump. For those of you watching in the stream, Preston wants to say hi to Tina and his family who are watching from home. Preston's got the heaviest squat of this flight, 240 kilos, 529 pounds. Wayne just under 150 pounds. Pretty remarkable squat here on platform 2.
Looks like Preston makes easy work of that third attempt as well.
And he gets 3 white lights. He goes 3 for 3 in the squats. What a remarkable performance thus far. Building some insane momentum going into bench press. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes all of these squats for platform 2. So we will shift over to calling over the action on platform 1. We still got our second attempts and third attempts. We will be taking a 10-minute break on platform 2, and we will be with you all shortly while the spotters and loaders set up for the bench press event. That was a good lift by David, 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds.
We have David attempting a 187.5 kilo second attempt squat. So he's getting nice and wedged in under that bar. Easy second.
Yeah, he seems to be happy with that. Referees say 3 white lights. Up next, we got a pretty big jump by Dennis, going from 175 to 190 kilos. He seems to be feeling pretty well if he took a jump of that size. Let's see how he performs here on his second attempt squat. Squat by Dennis. 15 kilos, no problem. 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Martin also taking a 15 kilo jump to a 215 kilo second attempt.
These are our Master 1 lifters in their 40s. Kind of just goes to show the level of longevity that we have here in the sport of powerlifting. We have lifters who've been competing, who are representing their divisions here, competing in the teen division all the way from the ages of 14, and we've seen lifters in the previous session aged all the way up to 80. So that just goes to show that powerlifting is a sport for everybody.
Fortunately, I had the pleasure of spotting and loading that lifter first session this morning. Got to watch her set a world record attempt, which is pretty awesome.
And I believe we've also had a few records set as well from some of the teenagers competing in the earlier sessions. So it just really impressive lifting overall at Raw Nationals. Ahmed also taking 215 kilos for his second attempt squat.
A solid lift for David.
It's the rack command, and 2-to-1, good lift. Spotters making sure that bar is set for the next lifter.
Next up, we have Dwayne attempting a 220 kilo second attempt. That is a 7.5 kilo jump from his opener. It looks like to be setting himself up for a 500-pound squat for his third attempt.
And I believe what we just saw was the referees switching out. I believe Dwayne might be attempting some sort of record requiring a specific level of referee. If that's the case, I believe Dwayne might either be attempting a total world record, thus requiring referees of category 2 or above. That is 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Jason Jackson making a 15 kilo jump. He'll be attempting 225 kilos for his second attempt.
Solid attempt there by Jason. We got Jeff Cohen up next. One of the lifters double dipping in the open division as well. He's a master lifter who's also trying his hand in competing with the open guys. I recall Jeff Cohen competed earlier this year in March at the Arnold Sports Festival in Columbus, Ohio. So it's great to see him competing here at Raw Nationals in Atlanta.
Smooth second attempt for Jeff.
Yeah, so we'll see what he loads for his third attempt. That was a match PR for him, so let's see if he can surpass that going into the third attempts. David Brown is a Masters 1 lifter who's aged 48 right now. He is taking 260 for his second attempt, and this is actually a match PR for him. So if this moves well, Hopefully, he can take a PR attempt for his third. Let's see what the referees say on this one. And that is 3 white lights. So expect to see a bigger squat for him coming up in the third attempt.
Next up, we will have Bruce, who will be starting our round of third attempt squats. He has 140 kilos being loaded on the bar.
So this will actually be a 2.5 kilo squat PR for Bruce. Previously, he came into this competition with a 137.5 kilo best squat and is looking to surpass that with a 140 squat here today at Raw Nationals.
Looks like it moved well. Let's see what the judges have to say about depth.
Depth look okay from this angle, but let's see on what the call is. Unfortunately, that is a 2-to-1 no lift for Bruce. Did get a white, so it was on the line. Not a bad squat attempt, but just needed to go a little bit deeper. John coming up now, retaking 145, missed it on the second and is retaking it here on his third attempt. I believe same as before, it did look a little bit high. Let's see what the referees say. 2-to-1, he did get the lift. Two white lights.
I think one of the interesting misconceptions about national events is a lot of times people think that the judging and the reffing is more difficult than what you might see at a local or a regional or maybe even a state meet. Me personally, I disagree with that. I think, the rule book is written the way that it is. Just a lot of times these referees are more experienced. They have years and years of experience under their belt. And many of them are national, if not even international referees. So I've seen more lifts, more attempts, have a little bit more judgment.
Absolutely. So oftentimes the rule book is written in a specific way, and it shouldn't matter what level of competition you are competing at. All standards should be the same across all levels, since there is no varying difference in what the rule book says when you're competing at a local level versus in international competition.
Also, reffing is a great way to get involved. Any aspect of powerlifting, even if you're unable to compete. So if you're interested in reffing for the USAPL and you're not a ref yet, feel free to contact your state chair and they will get you set up for the process of becoming a state level referee. Pretty simple, very easy to follow, definitely very rewarding, great way to spend your time on the weekends.
And Dwayne Young looks to be successful here with a 7.5 kilo jump from second to third. However, the referees, both side referees, did not believe he squatted low enough. So very interesting calls there from the referees. A bit tough angle to judge depth from, since we're looking at it from the front. So different perspective from what the side referees might be looking at.
We have Craig getting ready to attempt a 177.5 kilo third attempt. Has hit his first 2 squats, looking to go 3 for 3 to start the day strong.
And ladies and gentlemen, we look to be starting up our bench press session for Platform 2 pretty shortly. So for those of you watching any Platform 2 lifters, tune in as we will be getting started with the bench press openers in a moment. That is a good lift by Craig Safran on Platform 1. 177.5 kilos, successful. Oren up next, taking a 5 kilo jump to 180. very excited there, wearing the USA Powerlifting Strength Shop singlet.
All right, looks like we're getting started up on platform 2 with our first attempt bench. First up, we have Ahmed attempting a 90-kilo opener.
Unlike the squat that only has 2 commands, which is the squat and the rack command, bench press, the most technical of the 3 lifts, has the most commands, being the start, press, and rack commands. So lifters will then have to receive the start command, lower the bar on their chest, hold it motionless, and wait for the referee to give them the press command, at which they'll then press the bar back out and then rack it at the end. So a bit more technical, and lifters really have to be mindful on paying attention to the referee and ensuring that they are not skipping or jumping any of the commands.
Super soft touch from Brian on platform 2.
Yeah, you saw a little bit of spacing there between his rib cage. Again, the bar only needs to touch any part of their chest. It doesn't need to touch the complete surface area of the chest. And a big grind there for David on platform 1. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Sometimes having a soft touch on bench can help you get a bit of a quicker press command. Just kind of shows that you have control over the bar, makes it easier for the head referee to see when that bar is motionless.
Yeah, a big difference between the soft touch and those lifters who sink the bar in their chest is when the referee sees that that bar continues to sink deeper into the chest, as you might often see with many super heavyweight lifters, or just heavier lifters in general who might just have a little bit more cushion on their body. The referee will wait until the bar is completely motionless on the chest and then give the press command, as we see here with Dennis Worley making great work out of 110 kilos, and he gets 3 white lights.
Platform 1, we have Dennis making a 10-kilo jump to 200 kilos for his 3rd attempt.
Pretty tight M1 division in the 75-kilo class, so these are very valuable attempts for these lifters as they wrap up their squats.
Great effort for Dennis, but unfortunately 2-to-1 bad lift. Looks like he got called on depth from the front judge, and then a yellow card for another infraction on his right side.
Bit of a heavy opener for Kurt there. Kind of had a strong sticking point, but nonetheless, he got the lift. You wonder if he might be facing a little bit of fatigue from those 2 missed squats from earlier today.
One of the interesting things with benches is that sometimes with lifters that have a lighter touch, their bench might be a little bit slower overall. Doesn't necessarily mean that they don't have more in the tank, compared to somebody who looks to kind of sink that bar in and really explode that bar off the chest.
Again, as we see the competition, we're going to see varying levels of technique utilized by these lifters, all valid in the sport of powerlifting. Lifters just need to maintain their fingers within the rings of the bar. They need to keep their butt on the bench and their feet fully flat on the platform. Other than that, lifters can elect to position themselves and their body in whatever way they seem fit or best for them to perform the bench press. So we'll see lifters adopting a very close hand position, high arches, low arches, soft touches, and all of the sort.
One of the great things about the Texas Strength Systems equipment that we're using, the combo benches, super grippy, can be super beneficial for those that have a bigger arch. Me personally, TSS has my favorite equipment to lift on. Looks like Patrick was told to replace the bar on platform 2.
I believe the referee said that his index fingers were not within the rings of the bar. Since he is utilizing a maximum grip where his index fingers are on the rings, you need to make sure that your index fingers are fully covering those rings. We are down to our last 4 squat attempts over on platform 1.
It's like Dwayne is attempting a 225 kilo third attempt squat on platform 1. Looks like it is another world record attempt.
And a strong squat there by Dwayne. Let's see what the referees say. Unfortunately, a no lift, 2-1, got called on depth. However, I believe Dwayne is still gunning for the world record total, since all of his lifts were adjudicated by category 2 level referees or higher. So he will be aiming for that world record total as we move on to the bench press and deadlift.
Platform 1, we have Jeff Cohen coming out for a 7.5 kilo jump, taking 235 kilos for his third attempt squat. Looking to wrap up with a 3 day on squats.
This will actually be a 5 kilo squat PR for Jeff. Coming into this competition, his best was 230, looking to up that by 5 kilos.
Makes easy work of it too. Looks like 2-1 good lift. It looks like you got called on depth from the front judge. Again, you only need 2 white lights for a good lift. Looks like Jason will be crossing over that 500 squat barrier, taking 235 kilos for his third attempt. Yep, looks like he might have lost his balance there a little bit. Good catch by the spotters.
Now we are down to our last and final squat on platform 1. David Brown taking 262.5 kilos. Appears to be a world record attempt.
Again, looks like he's looking to squeeze out another 2.5 kilos from his second attempt to pick up a world record while he's at it too.
Masters 1 squat world record here in the 75 kilo division. Platform 1.
A little bit of a shaky walkout. Looks like he's recovered.
Very deep squat there, but just seems to lose a little bit of the control and tightness as he recovers out of that hole. Just seems to have lost a little bit of balance there. So that concludes the squat session for platform 1. We will be taking a 10-minute intermission while the spotters and loaders set up the platform for the bench press event. We'll see you all back on platform 1 in 10 minutes. For now, we will continue on the action platform 2 as they look to wrap up their opening attempt bench presses for the first flight. And we notice here that the lifter got held on the chest a little bit longer than he might have expected, just because that bar was still kind of bouncing up and down in the chest. And the chief referee, again, per the rule book, was waiting for that bar to be motionless before giving the press command.
Quick press for Noah.
Noah is one of those lifters who's every kilo going to be very critical as he's up in a tight battle with Garrett Lockwood. Based off of opening attempts, opening bench press and opening deadlift attempts, their forecasted totals is only separated by 5 kilos. So every single attempt is going to be valuable when it comes to the placing, as any missed lift will change the placements.
We have Garrett coming out for a 172.5 kilo opener. That is massive. He has the highest opener of all of Flight C.
Yeah, he's really pushing that 400-pound mark. We'll see if he might be able to cross that today. Nice, strong self-unrack. Yeah, it looks like he might be going over 400 today, given how fast that moved. We're back to our second attempt bench presses. We're going to get started with Ahmed. As a reminder, we have lifters from all different divisions and age classes competing here. So Ahmed is lifting in the 56 kilo teen 2 division. So Ahmed is 16 years of age competing at nationals.
Three white lights, good lift for Ahmed. Next up, we have Dennis coming out making a 5 kilo jump for a 115 kilo second attempt.
And again, that very soft touch by Dennis seems to be paying dividends, making 115 move very easy. $7.5 kilo jump for Brian Wynn, taking 115 now for his second. And ladies and gentlemen, in the bench press event, lifters have the option to receive a handoff from one of the spotters and loaders. As we see here, Brian Wynn is having the spotter hand off the weight, taking a little bit more load off of the unrack, which might help him save a little bit of energy there. But however, Brian did seem to struggle getting that bar to come motionless down on the chest. He had a bit of an up and down as the bar started coming to his chest. So he got called on a technicality there. Let's see if he can fix that going into the third. Almost looked like an equip bench press, the way that bar started kind of coming down and up as it got to the chest. Kurt Navarro only opting to take a 2.5 kilo jump, the smallest increment available, after his opener didn't move as fast as he might have ideally wanted it to.
Looks like his second move's easier than his opener.
Yeah, who knows if that opener might have been just some sort of misgroove or just some fatigue from earlier squats, but he seems to be building some very good momentum now, recovering from the bit of a mishap he had earlier in squats. Let's see if he takes another 2.5 kilo jump or if he elects for a bigger jump now that his second move's a lot better than the first.
Three white lights, good lift. We have Patrick coming out for a 127.5 kilo second attempt.
Patrick Lee is one of those contenders for the top position in the men's raw open 60 kilo class, so very critical kilos for him to pick up here. Looked like an easy lift there for Patrick. Got 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Colin making a 5 kilo jump to 132.5 kilos for a second attempt.
You got to start thinking about the little bit of confidence boost these lifters receive when they go 3 for 3 in the squats and they're ending off their bench presses with all white lights. That's very good momentum these lifters are building as they look to close out the bench press session and especially battling it out in the deadlifts later on today.
Sometimes that's an interesting strategy that coaches will use where they'll kind of undershoot their third attempt a little bit just to make sure their lifter gets the lift and kind of build that momentum going through rather than missing a lift.
Yeah, oftentimes the real battle doesn't start until we actually start getting to the deadlifts, since all the prior lifts is really just you building the total as high as possible. And then you wonder what strategy changes might undergo with some of these lifters who end up missing seconds and thirds consecutively in the squats and bench press. Tristan coming up next, taking a 5 kilo jump to 135.
Solid second for Tristan. 3 white lights. One of the interesting things about Donnie's setup here is he looks to be opting for a bit more of a narrow foot placement. Again, as we mentioned earlier, you are allowed to set your feet wherever you need to as long as your feet are flat. Some lifters are going to tuck their feet in behind them. Some prefer them to be out in front. And some prefer them to be right under. Now, one of the interesting things about having a more narrow stance or where your feet are set is you cannot use the front portion of that bench to push into.
Yeah, that's one thing that the referees are also looking for, especially the side referees as the lifter begins setting up. Lifters who have that very close foot placement can't use that bench support in order to push against. And like mentioned, feet placement does play a big role in the bench press as it has two main attributes to it. One, it's going to be the determinant for leg drive, right? How much leg drive you're able to produce from the lift, and also helping you build that arch from that leg drive. Matthew successful with 145, 3 white lights.
Looks like the Kent State spot and load team is back out on the platform for platform 1. Should be looking to get started with first attempt benches in about a minute here.
Yeah, Indiana Gray will kick us off with 80 kilos for his opening attempt bench press. But up next, we have a 10-kilo jump by Adrian on platform 2, going from 150 to 160. Adrian, unfortunately, was unable to register a valid squat earlier in the squat event. However, he is allowed to come out and take all 3 bench presses and all 3 deadlifts. However, he will be unable to post a total. But still, it's very great sign for him to come out here and still show out on the platform. I mean, these lifters train so many months on end, making tons of sacrifice to end up performing here on the national stage. So it's still very great for him to still finish out his meet. First lifter on platform 1 for the bench press, Indiana Gray, setting up with 80 kilos.
Three white lights, easy opener for Indiana.
And we are creeping in very close to the 400-pound mark. Garrett Lockwood taking 396 for a second attempt bench press. Again, still trailing 5 kilos behind Noel Foreman. Plenty of lifting left to go. However, these kilos are going to be so critical as he takes into his third attempt bench press and into the deadlifts.
Solid attempt for Garrett on platform 2.
Looks to have about maybe 2 to 5 kilos left in him. Let's see what the coaching staff end up putting in for his third and final attempt.
We have Ahmed coming up next on platform 2 for our first third attempt bench. Ahmed will be taking 100 kilos. That is a 5-kilo bench from his second attempt.
A very strategic, just 5 and 5 kilo jump. Nothing too crazy. Looks to stack on another 5 kilos to his total.
Bennett makes easy work of his opener on platform 1. 3 white lights. Looked a little unstable in the chest there for Ahmed. Unfortunately ends up missing the lift.
Yeah, first missed lift of the day for Ahmed. And a retake coming up next on platform 2. Brian looking to take 115 again. And it looks like Brian never actually got the start command from the chief referee, so that'll be a missed lift for him. We had our chief referee still holding out her hand out. However, Brian lowered that bar to his chest, missing that command. So unfortunately, just a technical failure there.
Now, in order to get the start command on bench, you do have to have 2 out of 3 referees agreeing that the lift is ready, that the lifter is in position and in compliance with the rule book. So as long as there's 2 out of 3 referees, the start command will be given.
So you kind of wonder what was the reason as to why the chief referee didn't give the start command. Likely it was due to either 1 or 2 of the side referees not agreeing that he was in a proper starting position to begin the lift. So either his butt was still up, heels were up, or among other things, just wasn't in a ready position to begin the bench press.
That's one of the great things about having 3 referees is a lot of times those side referees can see things that the head referee can't see, or the head referee can see things that the side referees are unable to see. Absolutely.
And Dennis Worley scrapping up another 2.5 kilos, 117.5, gets 3 white lights.
Now, Kevin, I believe you just became a Cat 2 referee as of recently. I'm also a national referee as well. In my own opinion, I believe bench is one of the hardest lifts to ref, just because there's so much going on. You're looking at so many different parts of the body, trying to make sure everything is good.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only are you looking at the lifter's feet, but you're also keeping an eye on the lifter's hand placement, making sure that bar doesn't come up and down, and making sure those hands stay within the rings of the bar. So definitely a lot of things to kind of be cycling through when you're observing the bench press. So the vantage point is very important on being able to position yourself in order to view everything.
What a grind on platform 2 by Kurt. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift.
Yeah, and Kurt is starting to build some pretty good momentum going into the deadlifts. Didn't have the squat session he hoped for, but still walks out going 3 for 3. So that is very good momentum as he goes into the deadlift, currently forecasted in 3rd.
On platform 1, we have Kenny Wong taking 102.5 kilos for his opener. Good lift.
Very good grind by Lazaro on platform 2. Managed to squeeze out an additional 5 kilos and ends with 127.5, 3 white lights.
Platform 2, we have Patrick coming out for a 5-kilo jump, looking to hit 132.5 kilos for his 3rd attempt.
Over 2 times bodyweight bench by Patrick.
Good lift for Indiana on platform 1. Bit of a grind on platform 2, but looks like it'll be a good lift. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights.
Colin just looking to pick up an additional 2.5 kilos. And Adric on platform 1 just retaking 92.5. Looks to be a good lift on platform 1. And he gets 3 whites. very long pause on platform 2. Unfortunately, a no lift for Colin. However, he only loses out on 2.5 kilos, so not a big loss on the total. Still walks away with 132.5. And we got some sort of record here on platform 1.
Again, Austin is a Team 2 lifter on platform 1.
He's either 16 or 17 years of age.
Bit of a grind, but gets it up.
Let's see what the referees say on that. And yeah, I agree. I believe there was a bit of up and down movement of the bar.
Looks like he got some yellow cards on the sides. His butt might have came up on that.
Tristan putting in work with 137.5. Locks it out, gets the rec command. Let's see what the referees say on that one. 3 white lights. Very narrow grip for Bennett here on platform 1. 95 kilos, 5 kilo jump from his opener. That was easy work there for him. Matthew looking to close out with 150 kilos on his 3rd bench press attempt.
Matthew looks to be making a good recovery here. Unfortunately missed his first 2 squat attempts, came back, got his 3rd to stay in the meet. So far, he has gone 2 for 2 on bench.
Fortunately, just a little bit too much there. You can see Coach David Garcia in the back room hyping him up. Donnie up next, taking a whopping 10 kilo jump from opener to 2nd. Very interesting attempt selection here. Took a 7.5 kilo jump from opener to 2nd and took a bigger jump from 2nd to 3rd. Let's see how this strategy plays out in the overall grand scheme of things. He is so far going 5 for 5, looking to go 6 for 6, closing out the bench press event.
Donnie can hit this 3rd attempt. That'll give him a 375 kilo subtotal. For those who are unfamiliar at home, a subtotal is comprised of your best squat attempt and bench attempt before going into deadlift.
You have to wonder if that jump was just a little bit too aggressive. Maybe a 7.5 kilo jump might have been there considering how close he got it to the lockout.
Kevin's looking to redeem himself on platform 1, retaking 97.5 kilos after a failed first attempt. Blocks it out, but looks like he might have had a little bit of up-down on the way up.
Yeah, I believe that touch was also just a little bit wonky. Kind of the bar came to the chest, but then pressed it out and then back down to the chest. So multiple instances of just some up and down movement of the bar. Adrian, unfortunately, unable to lock out 165 kilos. And we got 2 big bench presses coming up on platform 2. Up next, we got our leader, Noel Foreman, who's currently leading the 75 kilo men's raw open division. Looking to close out his session with 170 kilos, which will put him at a 717.5 forecasted total with his opening deadlift. Critical kilos needed here, as he is just over 5 kilos in the spread between Garrett Lockwood. Looks to be just about the perfect call for Noah.
Next up, we got Garrett looking to take 185 kilos for his third attempt. If he's able to hit this, that'll give him a little over a 2.5 body weight bench today. He weighed in just a little over 73 kilos.
Very impressive bench press. To be weighing around 160 pounds and benching over 400, it's truly insane. And Kenny Wong on platform 1 puts up a great fight with 115, 2-1. Good lift for him. And unfortunately, Garrett is unsuccessful with 185, and this kind of shakes up a little bit the standings. Now the spread between Noah Foreman and Garrett Lockwood is 10 kilos as opposed to the supposed 5 kilo spread if he were to be successful in this bench press. We're now moving on to our second flight of bench presses on platform 2. That win will open us up with a 105 kilos. These will now be our 67.5 kilo men's raw open.
Indiana locks out his third attempt. See what the judges have to say. Three white lights, good lift. Again, we have Austin Sigler coming out next on platform 1, looking to take 93 kilos again for his third attempt. Again, this is a world record attempt. Unfortunately, 3 red lights.
Jack Huang coming up next, platform 2, 120 kilos for his opener. Pretty sizable openers, just coming in close to almost 2 times body weight for opening bench presses on platform 2.
Unfortunately, Kevin misses his third attempt. Fortunately, he missed all 3 of his bench attempts. Looks like Preston was told to replace the bar here on platform 2. Again, if a lifter is told to replace the bar, the way that works is they typically get to unrack the bar on bench. Again, you need 2 out of 3 referees to approve for the head referee to give the start command. If he does not get that start command within the first 5 seconds, he'll be told to replace the bar. From there, he can replace the bar. As long as he still has time within that 60-second clock, he is allowed to unrack the bar and take another attempt.
Peter Wynn on platform 2, 127.5 kilos, opening bench press attempt. Very wide grip there by Peter. Seems to have that very short range of motion that works very well for him. Gets 3 white lights on that lift. And then on the other hand, we have Bennett on platform 1 having that more narrow grip, taking 100 kilos for his third and final attempt. Works well for him as he gets that lift and he gets 3 white lights.
Strong press from Lawrence on platform 2.
Kenny Wong makes a good fight with 117.5. See what the referees say on that lift. Fortunately, a no lift for Kenny Wong on that bench press.
Out comes Ryan on platform 1. Unfortunately, only went 1 for 3 on squats, but looking to make a little bit of a comeback here on bench with an opening attempt of 105 kilos. Super easy opener for Ryan. 2-1, got 1 red light on his left side with a yellow card infraction. Still a good lift though.
And Joel Valdez on platform 2, successful with 132.5. It is one of those lifters who is currently forecasted in the top position in the 67.5 kilo division. Very tight spread between Tristan and Preston, followed by Darius and Peter. So very tight battle going on in the 67.5 kilo men's. So very important lifts up ahead as these lifters look to try to just get as many kilos as possible added to their total.
Solid opener for Sky on platform 1.
You saw a very deep sink on platform 2 by Adam Diaz. Gets 2-1, a good lift for him.
Another easy opener on platform 1.
Same over on platform 2, Jordan, 155. 3 white lights.
We have Tristan on platform 2, opening with 162.5 kilos. That is our heaviest opener of Flight D.
Kevin Yoned on platform 1, who unfortunately did not have the squat event he preferred, but is hopefully going to make a comeback here in the bench press event, opening up with 117.5.
Looks like Tristan struggled to touch his chest a little bit, but still got 3 whites. Good lift.
Yeah, again, the lift doesn't need to look pretty or be easy, but as long as all the rules of performance are followed and that bar makes solid and motionless contact on the chest, that will be a good lift. That's all that matters here. Joey Ho coming up next, 127.5 kilos. And that win on platform 1. Now moving along into the second attempt, bench press is taking a 5 kilo jump.
Seeing a little bit of a wider foot placement here for Joey on platform 1. Looks like a strong opener though.
Yeah, it seems to work well for him.
Platform 2, we have Paul coming back out for a second attempt, re-attempting 115 kilos after missing his first attempt.
Giving some final instructions to that handoff spotter. Both lifters utilizing the support and help from that spotter, just making their job a little bit easier when it comes to lifting the weight.
Three white lights for Paul on platform 2. Way to come back from that missed opener.
Yeah, it seemed that whatever issue he had on that opener, he fixed it and satisfied all 3 referees. So looking forward to a big jump for him on the 3rd attempt.
Bench attempt selection is always interesting, especially as a coach and a lifter. Sometimes those 2.5 jumps can be a little bit finicky, and that 2.5 kilos is the difference between making a lift and missing a lift.
Yeah, especially in the bench press event, you're really only taking 5, 2, and maybe 7.5 kilo jumps, especially with light lifters like the following here in the 67.5 kilo class. I mean, really, we're not seeing any crazy 10, 12 and a half kilo jumps as we would likely see in the bench press and even in the deadlift events. Because in the bench press, we're using just smaller muscles naturally. Our bodies are just going to shift less weight, thus us needing to take much smaller jumps, since relatively the jumps may feel the same to the body. And a common strategy would be taking a bigger jump from opener to second, and then taking a much smaller 2 to 5 kilo jump from second to third. Preston Lee making very easy work with 130 kilos. Seems to have a lot more left in the tank there for his third.
Smooth opener for Christopher on platform 1. 3 white lights. Platform 2, we have Peter Wynn making a 7.5 kilo jump to 135 kilos for his second attempt.
And again, all the way from first place to sixth place in the 67.5 kilo division is currently only separated by just about 20 kilos, which is a very tight spread given how much more lifting we have left to go. So Peter Wynn is in that running to land himself in the podium or top 5 positions. Picks up another 7.5 kilos there.
Charles with a solid opener on platform 1. Good lift. Platform 2, we have Lawrence coming out, making a 7.5 kilo jump to 137.5 kilos for his second attempt.
Very easy 7.5 kilo jump for Lawrence on platform 2. 3 white lights.
Looks like a little bit of platform management on platform 1.
Kind of pulling that platform just a little bit forward. That way lifters have a bit more platform space to set up their feet. An uneven lockout there for Darius, but let's see what the referees say. Again, lockouts can be uneven. The bar just cannot go down. So if one tricep locks out before the other, that's perfectly okay as long as the entirety of the bar doesn't come down. And one really good way for referees to kind of look at that and judge that is just taking a look at the center of the bar. If you see the center of the bar come down, then that's the entirety of the bar just making a downward motion, which will mean a no lift.
Brian makes a 12.5 kilo jump from his first attempt to his second attempt. Looks like it pays off. 3 white lights.
And unfortunately, a no lift over on platform 2. However, still got 3rd attempts left to go, so hopefully we can make a recovery and nail it on the 3rd. Sky Wu taking a 7.5 kilo jump, and Adam Diaz taking a 5 kilo jump. Very deep sink by Adam on platform 2, but seems to work well for him as he gets 2-1. Good lift.
Coming out on platform 1 is Kevin Yount. He is making a 7.5 kilo jump to 125 kilos for his second attempt.
I've had the pleasure of competing against Kevin in the past, back in Raw Nationals in 2023 in Memphis. So it's great to see him come back and still compete at Raw Nationals here in Atlanta 2 years later.
Kevin is a junior lifter, so that means he is within the ages of 20 to 23.
So I believe Kevin got that replace command from one of the referees. He unracked it and then replaced the bar. Fortunately, it looks like he timed out. So he's currently talking to the referees, seeing what the issue was. But fortunately, his available time of 60 seconds to get that start command ran out. So that will be a no lift for Kevin.
Platform 2, we have Tristan wrapping up second attempts on the flight again with a 5 kilo jump to 167.5 kilos. Long pause for Tristan. Looks to be able to recover. See what the judges have to say. 3 white lights. Good lift.
And that win, taking another 5 kilo jump, just looking for that consistent 5 and 5 kilo jumps. Very consistent, just adding kilos to the total. Very critical in this championship where every kilo is going to matter when it comes down to the final pulls.
$115 kilo third attempt for that win on platform 2. Looking to go 3 for 3 on bench. Looks like he gets it with ease. Good lift. Platform 1, we have Rye coming out for a 127.5 kilo second attempt as a 10 kilo jump from his opener.
And Rye picks up an easy 10 kilos onto his total from first to second attempt bench presses. Paul looking to pick up 10 kilos, who missed his opener, retook that same weight, and is looking to cover ground, taking a 10 kilo jump.
Looks like an easy third.
Yeah, very good attempt there. You almost wonder if he kind of opted to select a weight that was somewhere in between his projected second and third, just to try to cover a little bit of ground since he had to retake that opener. A strategy you might encounter when you have to face those difficult decisions of kind of taking a gamble in trying to cover ground and pick up kilos, but not overextend yourself and going for that projected third.
Sometimes as a coach, you got to think about managing fatigue for your athletes as well in those third attempts. Bench, it can be a little bit easier on the body compared to grinding out a squat. But again, still have to make it through 9 attempts in the day.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to empty out the tank on any one of these lifts, since the fatigue is going to start building up pretty quickly, especially since we got plenty of deadlifting left to go. And as we all know, deadlifting does take a large toll on the body. So these lifters want to hit the max weight they can, but not empty out the tank, since that'll deplete them for the deadlifts. Joey Ho taking a 7.5 kilo jump from 127.5 to 135. Again, that'll be a 2 times the body weight bench press here for Joey. Very good weight there. Kind of clipped the rack a little bit, but still made no issues with that weight. And he gets, looks like the referees are holding out white lights.
Looks like Peter Wynn manages to squeeze out another 2.5 kilos for his third attempt on platform 2. 3 white lights, great attempt selection.
Joel Valdez is retaking 137.5 kilos. Joel is one of the lifters who is currently forecasted in the #1 spot in the 67.5 kilo division. However, if he misses this attempt, that'll fall him, make him move down to second, with Tristan Davila taking that first place position. So unfortunately, this kind of shakes things up a little bit as these lifters are battling for that podium spot. Joel Valdez, with that missed attempt, falls into forecasted third place.
Quick press crank for Christopher on platform 1. Unfortunately, 2-to-1, no lift. He's got 2 yellow infractions, 1 from each side.
And Preston picks up valuable kilos on the bench press, having a perfect day so far, going 6 for 6. You might wonder if that might be the game changer between winning first or winning second, or landing in whatever podium spot he results in after the conclusion of all the lifts, by going and being consistent and hitting all of the lifts. So we'll see how things shake up as we move towards the deadlift pretty shortly.
Unfortunately, a little bit too heavy for Darius's third attempt today.
Just couldn't lock out those triceps. He'll be back for the deadlifts. So this is actually a re-lift for Kevin Jones. He's going at the end of the flight. He will be retaking the 125 lift, which he timed out earlier, but the jury allotted him a re-lift, so that is his attempt here now. And now a very interesting thing here is he will practically have to follow himself based off of whatever attempt he elects. So he took 125, and the next lifter, which is Ryan, will be taking 125 for his third attempt. So depending on what Kevin opts to pick for his third attempt, that'll determine how many lifters he has to kind of follow himself by.
Looks like Kevin submits 130 kilos for his third attempt. He's only got 3 lifters in front of him, so you're looking at about 3 minutes of turnaround time from his retake to his third attempt here.
So that's one of the disadvantages of having a re-lift. You might think that it'll be a benefit in being able to take that attempt again, but in the case of Kevin, he basically has to follow himself with just a few minutes of rest. So you come to wonder whether or not that re-lift might actually come to a disadvantage in not allowing him to have the proper rest time needed to hit that third attempt. Now Tristan Davila with a monster 170 kilogram bench press, 375 pounds. Coming up next, he took 167.5 for a second and is now taking a 2.5 kilo jump to 170. Tristan gets a good lift and he stays in the lead, but just by 2.5 kilos, with Preston Lee trailing his behind with a 620 forecasted total, and Tristan is ending his day on the bench press with 622.5 forecasted.
This is where attempt selection can get a bit interesting for deadlifts. You are allowed to change your opener attempts on deadlifts, but it must be either 3 minutes before the flight starts or before the last 3 lifters of the prior flight end up lifting.
And now we have our final bench press of this session on platform 2. Jordan Ellis, 180 kilos, 396 pounds. Yeah, a bit of a big jump there, though. He took a 10 kilo jump from first to second and a 15 kilo jump from second to third. So bit of an aggressive attempt selection there. Didn't play out in his favor. We will now be taking a 10-minute intermission break on platform 2 while the spotters and loaders set up for the deadlift event, and we'll be back with you all shortly.
On platform 1, we have Braden coming out for a 135 kilo third attempt, only a 2.5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Very strong attempt there. Picks up an additional 2.5 kilos. Unfortunately, gets 3 red lights. Couldn't seem to tell what it was from our angle, but might have been just some sort of command or technical issue that we might have just overlooked. Joey Ho up next, taking a 5 kilo jump, trying to end his day with 308 pounds, 140 kilos for the junior lifter. What a strong attempt there for Joey. Able to lock out 140 kilos, and looks to be exactly what he had on the day. Ending his day with some crazy momentum as he goes into the deadlifts.
Next up, we have Hakeem with a 145 kilo third attempt. If he's able to hit this, this will give him a 6 for 6 day so far.
Yeah, very critical bench here for Hakeem. Trying to stay on pace, going against Charles, who currently leads by 15 kilos. However, he's really trying to close that distance since he is the heavier puller. So things might get interesting as we look into the deadlifts. Very valuable bench press there secured by Hakeem. Just picks up an additional 2.5 kilos. Christopher Matthews, on the other hand, went up 2.5 kilos despite missing it on his second attempt. Looks to take a gamble here, end up at 150, or get stuck with his opening weight of 142.5.
On rack looks strong. Way to grind it out.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher really nailed that attempt selection, being able to scrap out with 150 kilos. Very valuable kilos picked up there. We got our final bench press of this flight on platform 1. Charles looking to take 160 kilos for his third and final bench press. Charles currently leads the pack in the men's raw junior 67.5 kilo division. Looking to extend that lead against Hakeem, who's trailing behind, just 15 kilos behind him. And this just makes things a little bit more interesting. Now that Charles has missed that third and final bench press, the spread between Charles and Hakeem forecasted from their opening deadlifts is just 10 kilos, and Hakeem is the bigger deadlifter. So you come to wonder how things might play out here if Hakeem is going to try to pull for the win and exceed Charles on the forecasted. Looks like he's got body weight advantage too, which will be a huge benefit when it comes down to it.
Coming out to platform 1, we have Bruce, who will be starting off flight E. He is taking 80 kilos for his first attempt bench. Good lift for Bruce. see that the spotters have placed the bench blocks out on the platform. If you're unfamiliar with those are 3 varying different levels of blocks that you can use. Essentially what it does is it helps elevate that surface for the lifters to get their feet on. Typically you'll see lifters that are a little bit shorter use those blocks. John is looking to take 85 kilos for his opening bench here.
A very shaky descent, but John makes great work out of that and gets 3 white lights.
Quick press from Dwayne.
Craig is coming up next, 90 kilo opening bench press attempt, just shy of 200 pounds, competing in the Masters 3 division, 60 to 69 years of age.
Three white lights, good lift. Next up we have Aaron. Aaron is another Masters lifter. He is a Masters 2 lifter, so he's between the age of 50 and 59 years old. He's looking to take 95 kilos for his opening attempt. Makes easy work of his opener. 3 white lights.
Ty up next, 110 kilos for him in his opening attempt bench press.
See, Ty here is using a belt in the bench press. A lot of times that comes down to preference for the lifters. Sometimes lifters with a higher arch will opt to go without a belt, as it'll kind of impede on their ability to get up into that arch position. But others will like to use it as it adds a little bit more stability for them.
I believe Dwayne is the lifter attempting the world record total, so therefore all of his lifts will need to be adjudicated by category 2 level referees or higher. So we see that little swap of referees in the chair. Since all of his lifts will be counted towards the world record total, so they would all need to be refereed by the appropriate level referees. Very easy opener there for Dwayne. Jason Jackson up next, 112.5 kilos for the Masters 2 lifter. Jason Jackson currently forecasted in first in the Masters 2 75 kilo division. Three white lights there for Jason. Up next, we got Martin, who will take the bar up to 120 kilos. About halfway through our opening bench presses for our final flight on platform 1.
On platform 2, we'll be starting off with first attempt deadlifts in about another 2 minutes.
And again, as we start wrapping up these final bench presses and look forward to the deadlifts, we're going to start seeing how these forecasted placings are going to begin to shake up, and we'll run you guys through the placements as they are unfolding.
Solid opener for Martin. 3 white lights.
David showing some love to the spotters and loaders, giving fist bumps to everybody. Just thanking those spotters and loaders for keeping all of our lifters safe here today. Throughout this entire weekend, we have so many sessions left to go. We have 4 full days of lifting. So these spotters are going to be working tirelessly to keep our lifters safe.
Good lift for David. Next up, we have Oren attempting a 132.5 kilo bench opener.
And it looks like we're just ready to get started on our opening deadlifts for platform 2. Ahmed will kick us off with 170 kilos for his first deadlift of the day.
Ahmed with an easy first attempt deadlift on platform 2. Now with our deadlifts, we have 2 different kinds of deadlifts. We have the sumo deadlift and the conventional deadlift. The sumo deadlift is what we just saw, where we have the legs out wider and the feet inside of the legs. Our conventional deadlift are where we have the feet inside of the hands and the hands outside of the feet. Conventional deadlifts typically utilize a little bit more of the lower back and the hamstrings. A little bit easier to pop off the floor, but a little bit more difficult at lockout, whereas sumo kind of decreases that range of motion a little bit, uses the hips and the quads to drive off the floor. Typically a little bit slower off the floor, but pretty snappy at lockout.
And when it comes to comparing the deadlifts, sumo versus conventional, it really comes down to lifter preference, right? So it's not that one is more preferred over the other. It really comes down to the individual anatomy of the lifter in the way that they're built, which will determine what stance will be most preferred by them. So we'll see variations of the sumo and conventional deadlift. Some lifters will have like what we would call a hybrid or frog stance, where they'll have a very narrow foot position but their hands still inside of the legs, and we'll see very wide deadlift positions where the lifter's toes are almost touching the plates. We got Mr. Dennis Worley coming up to the bar at 195 kilos, having a good day so far with only one missed lift. Ended off his bench press session very successfully. Looking to open up with 195. Very easy attempt there for him.
You also see a little bit of a change of what the lifters are wearing for deadlifts. So for deadlifts, lifters have to wear deadlift socks that come up and cover the shins. They're also allowed to go without a comp tee under their singlet if they so please.
And just to provide a little bit of insight on how things are shaking up in the men's raw open 60 kilo division, we currently have two leaders who are neck and neck. Tristan Hack, who is currently leading the pack with 557.5 kilos in the forecasted based off of his opening deadlift, followed by Patrick Lee with a 555 kilo total from his opening deadlift. So just 2.5 kilos separate the two, with Tristan having Patrick having the body weight advantage by just a few grams. So it'll come down to the last deadlift. And here we have Tristan, who will take us off with 217.5 for his opening deadlift.
On platform 1, we have Jeff Cohen coming out with the heaviest opener of Flight E. He will be attempting a 172.5 kilo bench opener.
Smooth opener there for Tristan. Speaking about the top standings, up next we have Patrick, who will follow up with 220 kilos. So these lifters are really going to be going back to back and trying to battle it out for who can total the most here with their deadlifts. And they both have relatively similar deadlifts, so they'll start playing a bit of the deadlift game as we close in to these third and final pulls.
Now we'll see with Patrick, he has a bit of a wider stance there. So as he goes to let that bar back down, he actually rotates his feet back in to keep his feet from getting hit from the plates. You are allowed to rotate your feet in, but your feet cannot fully leave the floor and jump back. Otherwise, that'll be a yellow card infraction.
So we got Kurt Navarro, who is currently from the outside looking in, who unfortunately from his missed squat attempts is falling a little bit behind the two leaders in the pack for the 60 kilo division. However, he is only just about 20 kilos shy from first and second place. So who knows how things may shake up depending on if the leaders begin missing attempts. Kurt might be able to sneak in there.
Snappy opener from Kurt on platform 2.
And as the attempts begin rolling in for seconds, Patrick Lee has actually put in 232.5, which is putting him at a forecasted total of 567.5, which is 2.5 kilos more than Tristan based off of second attempt deadlift. So Patrick Lee, being the stronger puller, is going to go after Tristan and will inevitably have the final say when it comes down to pulling for the win.
On platform 1, we have Dwayne making a 5-kilo jump to 97.5 kilos for his second attempt. Very smooth and controlled on the way down and back up. 3 white lights, good lift.
And over on the men's 75 kilo side, we got 2 battles unfolding. One battle unfolding for first place, and then another unfolding 3-way for podium. We have Noah Foreman and Garrett Lockwood battling for that first place position. It's only spread by 10 kilos. And then we have Colin, Samuel, and Matthew currently battling it out with a 20 kilo spread for that third place position. Garrett Lockwood will be coming up first with 265 kilos for his opening deadlift.
Craig looking to make a jump a little bit on the larger side here, 12.5 kilos to 102.5 kilos for a second attempt. Smooth press from Craig.
Still make it look like an opener. And Garrett Lockwood with an easy lockout of 265 kilos. He gets 2-to-1, good lift.
Good lift for Ty.
Matthew had a bit of a sticking point at the middle of the lift. Gets 3 white lights, but you wonder how much more he has left in the tank despite it just being the opener. Could have been a misgroove, or it could be a case of just opening a little bit too heavy to try to keep up with the pack. Nonetheless, we got Noah Foreman, another one of our contenders for that top placement. Foreman gets 3 white lights.
Next up on platform 2, we have Colin coming out with a massive opener of 295 kilos, almost pushing 300 kilos for an opener.
That'll be our heaviest opener of this flight. Very smooth secondary by Jason Jackson on platform 1, and a snappy opener on platform 2 by Colin. 3 white lights on both respective platforms.
One of the interesting rules with deadlifts is you do not have to entirely control it as in a tempo deadlift on the way back down, but you must maintain control of the bar. You can't add any force to the bar, and you must hold on to the bar until it reaches the ground.
Yeah, sometimes lifters might think that their lift is done as soon as they get the down command, but failure to maintain control of the bar on its descent, and letting go of the bar or anything like that of the sort will cause a disqualification in the lift. So just lifters need to be very mindful in the way they lower the deadlift. Can't let that excitement creep up to you too soon.
On platform 1, we have Martin attempting a 127.5 kilo second attempt. Solid second attempt.
And Ahmed looking very strong here with a successful 177.5 kilos. You wonder if I think he might go 182.5 just to cross over that 400 kilo mark. That'd be huge for the 56 kilo teen. And here at Nationals, placings all the way up to 5th receive a medal. So Dennis Worley is currently forecasted in 6th place with just a 7.5 kilo spread between the 5th place contender, which is Richmond Chi. So let's see if Dennis Worley will try to sneak into that position to try to snag a medal.
A little bit of a grind for David on platform 1 for his second attempt. See what he submits for his third attempt bench.
Took a 7.5 kilo jump from opener to second, so you wonder if he might just take a safe and easy 2.5 from second to third. That'd be my guess. Let's see what the coaching staff end up doing. Lazaro coming up next, currently forecasted in 4th, taking a 15 kilo jump to 205 kilos, 451 pounds.
On platform 1, we have Dennis looking to make a 5 kilo jump to 142.5 kilos for his second attempt.
That was a good attempt by Lazaro on platform 2.
Smooth second for Dennis.
Now we got our heavy hitter 60s coming up next. Tristan going up first with a 7.5 kilo jump, 225 kilos loaded for him. After this pull, he will have a forecasted total of 565 kilos. And then Patrick Lee to follow. Tristan did struggle quite a bit in getting that second deadlift up, so you wonder how much more he has left in the tank.
Unfortunately, a little bit too heavy for David on platform 1. Platform 1, we have David taking 165 kilos for his second attempt. Again, as mentioned earlier, he is using those bench blocks, so those 2 back spotters on the back to help him keep those blocks from sliding. Blocks are made of wood with a little bit of carpet on the top, and the platform itself is made of carpet as well.
And Patrick Lee is looking like a formidable contender against Tristan with making 232.5, making that move really, really smooth. And we're starting to see these third attempts roll in. We see Tristan has put a 232.5 kilo third attempt, a 7.5 kilo jump, which will push his total to 572.5. Let's see what Patrick Lee ends up doing. As a reminder, Patrick does have body weight advantage. So if Patrick is looking to pull for the win, all he needs to do is match Tristan on the deadlift and the total, and he will be your winner.
Jeff Cohen is attempting a world record attempt on platform 1 with 180 kilo second attempt bench.
Just shy of 400 pounds on platform 1, 396 pounds.
Easy second for Jeff. Looks like the lockout got a little sticky for Adrian there on platform 2. Unfortunately, no lift.
However, it's just second, so he will have one final go at it in the thirds. And now for our 75 kilo men's raw open battle. Up next, we got Garrett Lockwood, who's taking 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds. This will push his total to 707.5, still trailing 10 kilos behind Noah Foreman.
On platform 1, we have John coming out for a 95 kilo third attempt bench.
Definitely not a limit lift there for Garrett Lockwood. Got a little bit more left in the tank.
Unfortunately, no lift on platform 1. A little bit too heavy today.
Donnie taking a very interesting 17.5 kilo jump after having missed the opener. Very aggressive attempt selection there. Let's see if it plays out for him in his favor.
Moves well for Donnie.
Yep, gets that down command, and I believe that was a good lift. 3 white lights. So again, ladies and gentlemen, after these lifters have completed a successful deadlift, they will have officially posted a total and will now then take their aggressive jumps into battling it out for placing. But really, it's about securing that first deadlift to solidify your total. Last thing you want to happen is to end up going 0 for 3 on the deadlifts and not being able to place or be eligible for any awards. So this first deadlift is very critical, and then we can start taking those very big and aggressive jumps. Matthew coming up next to 287.5 kilos, 633 pounds.
Bit of a grind for Aaron, but he locks it out on his third attempt.
Very good attempt.
3 white lights.
Yeah, it squeezes out those extra 2.5 kilos. Now we got Noah Foreman, who's going up to 295 kilos, a very big deadlift. for the 75-kilo lifter. Currently forecasted in first.
Platform 1, we have Craig looking to keep his perfect day alive. So far, he has gone 5 for 5. He is attempting a 175.5 kilo third attempt bench. Unfortunately, no lift for Craig on platform 1.
Very easy deadlift there from Noah Foreman. We got a crazy deadlift coming up on platform 2. 310 kilos by Colin. 683 pounds. Really solidifying himself in that third place podium level position.
On platform 1, we have Ty looking to pick up another 2.5 kilos, going to 120 kilos for his third attempt bench here. What looks like an easy pull for Colin on platform 2.
3 white lights. We are moving on into our third and final round of deadlifts for our first flight of this session on platform 2. Ahmed will kick us off with 182.5, trying to break and cross that 400-pound mark. Ahmed has had a very good day so far, only missing 1 lift, and is looking to end this day very strong with a very big milestone lift. Fortunately, not quite there, but still very impressive for Ahmed at just 17 years old to be showing up and competing at the national championship here in Atlanta, Georgia. Very big things to be doing at the age of, I believe he's 16.
Dennis looking to grab another 2.5 kilos on his third attempt deadlift here.
Just a little bit too much on the day, however, just loses out those 2.5 kilos, but still ends his day off very strong, going 7 for 9.
On platform 1, we have Martin coming out to take a 5 kilo jump for his third attempt bench. He will be attempting 132.5 kilos.
Fortunately, a no lift on 1, but a 2-to-1 good lift on platform 2. And ladies and gentlemen, just to provide a little bit of context on what's going on platform 2 with the men's 60-kilo division. As it currently stands, Patrick Lee leads with a 567.5, followed by Tristan Hack with a total of 565. However, Tristan is looking to pull ahead of Patrick. He will be deadlifting first and is looking to post up a total of 570, which will beat Patrick Lee by 2.5 kilos And essentially, Tristan is gambling on Patrick missing his third attempt deadlift so that he pulls into that lead.
Great third attempt from David on platform 1. Good lift.
So Tristan here on platform 2 is looking to pull himself from second to first provisionally. This will post a 570 kilogram total, 2.5 more than what Patrick Lee currently has posted. However, Patrick Lee still has one more deadlift left to go. So essentially, Tristan is gambling on Patrick to miss his third, pulling himself into first provisionally.
Good lift on platform 1.
And unfortunately, just not enough left in the tank there for Tristan. Looks like a good bench press on platform 1. Dennis gets 3 white lights.
Unfortunately, it looks like a little bit of up-down on the lockout on platform 2.
However, Patrick Lee is still your men's raw 60 kilo champion. I believe we still have a few 60 kilo lifters left to go in prime time later tonight. However, as it currently stands, Patrick leads the 60 kilos men division, followed by Tristan, and rounding out the podium provisionally, we have Kurt Navarro. Speaking of Kurt, here he comes. 252.5 loaded on the bar for him. Looking to go 3 for 3 in the deadlift event.
On platform 1, we have Jeff coming out to attempt 182.5 kilos for his third attempt bench. That will be the last bench attempt on platform 1.
And again, another world record attempt for Jeff Cohen, pushing him past that 400-pound mark. Just not enough there for Kurt on the day. However, he still ends off with a forecasted placing of third. Meanwhile, we still have a few primetime lifters to go. Jeff Cohen on platform 1 makes easy work out of 182.5.
Unfortunately, Adrian is just unable to lock out that third attempt.
So Garrett Lockwood is trying to pull into first place provisionally. He is trying to tie Noah Foreman's best total as it currently stands, as Garrett Lockwood did weigh in lighter than Noah. So he's looking to tie his total of 727.5 and hope that Noah misses his third and final deadlift. Ladies and gentlemen, Garrett is trying to pull into first place.
Massive pull for Garrett when he needed it the most. Let's see what the judges say.
2-1, good lift. So he is currently in the lead with Noah Foreman still left to go. We got Matthew coming up next with a massive 295 kilo deadlift, third attempt. This will push his total from 660 all the way to 667.5. And Matthew is successful with 295 and gives it a little bit of a freedom hold. And the referees say 3 white lights, the lift is good. Hugs his coach David Garcia in the back, and they are very excited for that placement. As it currently stands, Matthew currently sits in 4th, so he will be fending off for a medal position as these final lifters take their 3rd and final deadlifts. Donnie coming up next, who took a gamble after missing his opening attempt, able to be successful with 277.5 and then takes an additional 12.5 kilo jump. Donnie, over the course of this session, able to cover a 35 kilo spread, a very impressive spread with meticulous attempt selection between his attempts. Noah Foreman is now looking to pull back into first place. Grant Lockwood currently leads with a 727.5 kilo total, which is the same total that Noah Foreman currently has. However, Grant is currently leading him as he weighed in lighter. Noah Foreman is looking to out-total Grant Lockwood. And the very easy deadlift by Noah Foreman there. That pushes his total all the way up to 737.5 kilos. And he is in your first place leader as it stands. Colin up next with a 320 kilo deadlift, taking a 10 kilo jump, monstrous deadlift here. This is over 700 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. And Colin successful with 700 pounds.
Easy opener for Jordan. 3 white lights. Next up we have Jack coming out to attempt a 237.5 kilo deadlift opener. Solid pull for him as well.
Preston Lee is one of your leaders currently in the 67.5 kilo division. However, he is one of the first pullers to come up, so that puts him at a disadvantage since he will be pulling first before his other competitors. Nonetheless, a very smooth opener for Preston Lee.
Next up, we have Adam coming out for a 240 kilo deadlift opener. See what the judges have to say. 2-1. Looks like the right side judge called him on lockout.
Paul Lazaro, easy work with 240 kilos, 3 white lights. We got just about a minute left before we resume platform 1 with our opening deadlifts. So stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, as the action is just about to start.
Next up, we have Tristan attempting a 245 kilo deadlift opener. Strong pull from Tristan. And we are back on platform 1 with first attempt deadlifts. Looks like Darius went beltless on his deadlift opener.
Yeah. Looked like a bit of work, but still gets the lift. 3 white lights. And we got our final opener for Joel Valdez, 606 pounds for an opener for a 67.5 kilo lifter. This is almost 4 times body weight for an opener. It's just insane.
Adric is back on platform 1, looking to take 165 kilos for his opener.
And again, these lifters taking their openers are just trying to get on the board, solidify a total, and then make bigger jumps after that.
Looks like a good lift for Adric on platform 1. 3 white lights.
Lauren makes good work out of that 20-kilo jump from first to second. Gets 3 white lights. Good lift. And again, deadlifts is probably the lift we're going to see the biggest number of jumps when it comes to total tonnage moved. I mean, these deadlifts are getting pretty massive in entering the 600-pound range for some of these very lightweight lifters, which is very impressive in and of its own.
Snappy lockout from Indiana on platform 1.
Yeah, very wide stance, but makes very good work out of it. Getting those hips through and then making those knees kind of snap into position to the lockout.
Kenny Long is coming out for his opener on platform 1 with 172.5 kilos. A little slow off the floor for Jack with a solid lockout. It's a good second attempt.
Alejandro Ochoa, 172.5 for his opener. Competing in the 56-kilo division.
Next up on platform 1, we have Kevin Wynn. He will be taking our heaviest opener of the first flight here at 227.5 kilos.
And Preston Lee taking his second of platform 2. We're going to start seeing some very interesting things begin to unfold on platform 2 as these 67.5 kilo lifters begin taking their second attempt deadlifts and are really figuring out what they got for their top end. Some very close margins between the top contenders. We'll start seeing some very interesting pulls for placements and jockeying position. Adam successful with 250 kilos. However, that looks like a pretty difficult lift. Let's see how much more he has left in the tank. easy 500-pound opener. Up next, we got Peter Wynn with a 15-kilo jump from first to second. 255 kilos, 561 pounds.
Bennett will be starting off our round of second attempt deadlifts on platform 1. Looking to make a 7.5 kilo jump to 145 kilos. Very easy second for Bennett. Good lift.
Austin up next, taking a 15-kilo jump, 145 to 160. Let's see how this plays out for him. He's in the Team 2 52-kilo division. Oh, and he makes easy work out of that second deadlift. Austin gets 3 white lights. That win up next, 15-kilo jump, 242 to 257.5. This will cross that win over the 600-kilo barrier, a huge milestone for the 67.5-kilo division lifters. Deanna Gray up next, 177.5 kilos.
Another easy attempt for Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really having the tough time trying to gauge what his top end might be, given how fast those lifts are looking. Darius Stokes, on the other hand, has a very tough sticking point, but still locks it out and is able to pick up an additional 12.5 kilos, going 2 to 1, a good lift.
Patrick is back out on platform 1, making a 12.5 kilo jump to 177.5 kilos. Platform 2, we have Tristan making a 20-kilo jump for his second attempt to 265 kilos. Good lift for Adric.
Let's see what the referees call on Tristan's lockout. 3 white lights, that is a good lift.
Platform 1, Alejandro is making a 15-kilo jump. Looks like it moved well for a second attempt.
And we got one more deadlift remaining in the men's raw open 67.5 kilo second attempt deadlifts. We got Joel Valdez taking a monstrous 287.5 kilos. This is 631 pounds. Well over 4 times his body weight. Joel makes it look like cake.
Looks like a little bit of a grind for Kenny on platform 1. Good lift. We'll see what he puts in for his third attempt.
We got a very interesting spread here in the placements for the 67.5 kilo class. All the way from 2nd to 6th, we have a spread of just 10 kilos. So this can go any which way for any one of these lifters.
Unfortunately, a little bit too heavy on Lawrence's third attempt. Looks like lockout might have gotten a little sticky for Kevin there. Let's see what the judges have to say. 2-1, good lift. Looks like the head referee called up down. Again, similar situation here on platform 2. Jordan ends up locking out, but looks like a little bit of up down. Unfortunately, no lift. Bennett's looking to make a 7.5 kilo jump to 152.5 kilos for his third attempt.
Jack Huang picks up an additional 5 kilos, 252.5, ends off his day.
Bennett grinds out the lockout. 3 white lights, good lift.
That win, looking to end his day 8 for 9, 262.5 kilos. Very solid deadlift there.
Looks like he's making a little bit more of a conservative jump, only 5 kilos here compared to his first 15 kilo jump that he took from his opener.
On the other hand, we have Austin taking another 15 kilo jump. Looks to be about the perfect call he could have had on the day. That looked just spot on from what you would want to expect to see from a third attempt deadlift. Of course, Austin makes his round, shaking the judges' hands, thanking them for their time. Very good sportsmanship thing to do. And that was a good lift on platform 2 for that. Preston Lee with this deadlift is looking to tie Tristan Davila with a 642.5 kilo total if successful. And he is. Preston Lee is your current leader, who just now pulled ahead in front of Tristan.
Two to one, good lift on platform 1.
Looking to pull himself into third place, taking a 15 kilo jump, which will move his total from 625 to 640, bumping Joel Valdez down to 4th. on the day. He still has a 4th place position. Now we got Paul Lazaro on platform 2, who's looking to move himself from 7th place over to 5th place, trying to sneak himself into a medal placement. This will bump off Peter Wynn, who just previously went off of 5th place and snag his medal.
On platform 1, we have Alejandro making a 17.5 kilo jump for his 3rd attempt deadlift. He's got 205 kilos loaded on the bar. Looks like a good lift for Alejandro.
Yeah, and Alejandro is your winner of the men's raw junior 56 kilo division. So congrats to him on posting up a 467.5 kilo total, which is pretty insane for a 56 kilo junior.
On platform 2, we are down to our last 2 deadlifts of the session. First up, we have Tristan coming out with a 272.5 kilo 3rd attempt. Tristan locks it out, looks good. Let's see what the judges have to say.
And he solidifies that 600 pull and further extends his lead in 1st place. We still got a primetime session left to go, so we have a few more lifters left to contend for these placings. But as it stands, Tristan Davila currently leads the 67 kilo division with a 650 kilo total.
Platform 2, we have Joel coming out for his 3rd attempt deadlift, making a 10 kilo jump to 297.5 kilos. Unfortunately, unable to get it to break the floor.
However, Joey Valdez is still sitting in 3rd place as it currently stands. As a reminder, we still have the primetime session left to go, but Joel is in 3rd place, Preston in 2nd, and Tristan will round out that 1st place position. We're now moving right along onto our platform 1, 2nd flight D, with Ryan opening us up with 205 kilos.
Easy opener for Ryan.
A bit of a narrow stance there, kind of a hybrid between conventional and sumo. Seems to work very well for him, just get a very good push off the floor. Christopher Matthews coming up next, 210 kilos for his opening deadlift.
Three white lights for Christopher. Next up, we have Rye coming out with a 212.5 kilo deadlift opener.
got Kevin Young coming up here to 220 kilos for his opening deadlift, 484 pounds.
Judges say 2-1, good lift.
Good lift for Baden on platform 1. Sky Wu comes up next with 220 kilos, 484 pounds. Sky having a phenomenal day so far, going 6 for 6, leading up to the deadlifts. Let's see if he can maintain that momentum and finish out his knee with a perfect day.
Next up, we have Charles coming out to attempt a 225.5 kilo opener.
Charles is the current leader in the 67.5 kilo junior division. With this pull, that'll solidify him with a 607.5 kilo total, just 10 kilos above Hakeem.
Snappy opener for Charles.
And in a nice little battle for the podium here, we got Joey Ho, Sky Wu, and Christopher Matthews, who are only spread by 2.5 kilos. Joey Ho and Sky currently both have 587.5, and then Christopher Matthews has 585 on the forecasted placing. Plenty of lifting left to go, but we can see this podium shape out in any way depending on how these lifters hit or miss their attempts. Very smooth opener.
So far, Hakeem has gone 6 for 6. He's looking to keep his performance going with a 240 kilo opener. Smooth lift.
Gets that down command, very easy. 3-wire lights. We're now going to move along into the second attempt of the deadlifts. We have Christopher, who took a 10 kilo jump from 210 to 220. Again, just trying to sneak into that podium level position if possible, currently trailing behind Sky and Hakeem.
Christopher is coming out to take our first second attempt deadlift of Flight D, making a 10 kilo jump to 220 kilos.
3 white lights. That is a good lift. Got Ryan up next, taking a very aggressive 17.5 kilo jump from 205 to 222.5. Must be feeling really good about this. Again, didn't have the ideal start of the day with squats, but he's since recovered, going 3 for 3 in the bench, and is looking to go 2 for 2 here with his second attempt deadlift.
Pretty easy second for Ryan. It'll be
Very
interesting
snappy,
to see
yeah.
what he loads for his third here.
Yeah, I got the chance to see Ryan compete at the Michigan State Championships earlier last November. Same weight here for Rye, taking a 10 kilo jump. Kevin Young, a 10 kilo jump from 220 to 230, asking for that bar to be clean. Again, a big reason why we are required to wear deadlift socks in the deadlift is because oftentimes that knurling of the bar, that very sharp and aggressive knurling, can tend to scrape up your shins and cause cuts and bruises, which we least want on the bar. We don't want any sort of contaminants or blood on the bar, so that's why we have long socks and we routinely clean the bars, especially during these critical deadlifts, as we see here with Kevin. Very nice pull there, 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Braden making a 10 kilo jump to 230 kilos for his second attempt.
See what the referees say, 230. 3 white lights. Very nice pull there for Sky Wu. 3 white lights, 230 kilos on the board for him. Charles up next. He's your current leader in the 67.5 kilo junior division. Currently has a 607.5 kilo total. Looking to extend his lead all the way up to 622.5. Trying to keep that distance between him and Hakeem. And looking at the forecasting, it looks like Joey Ho is starting to creep up in the placings, taking a 22.5 kilo jump from opener to second. Let's see how that plays out later today.
There you go, good pull from Charles.
Charles looking uber confident as he goes into that third deadlift later.
Joey looks fired up coming out for his second here.
Yeah, I mean, I would be so too, taking a 22.5 kilo jump from opener to second. He must be feeling really good today. Let's see it, Joey. There we go. That's a very fast second attempt.
3 whites, good lift.
And Joey's back in the mix, looking to battle it out for the podium.
Right now we have Hakeem on the platform making a 12.5 kilo jump from his opener. He's looking to attempt 252.5 kilos.
Hakeem's looking to match the total that Joey just put up. However, Hakeem does have the body weight advantage, so he will be putting himself in second place ahead of Joey. Gets 3 whites. And as we roll into thirds, we still got a few more deadlifts left to go. We got, well, Christopher's kicking us off with 222.5 kilos for his second attempt. For his third attempt, we got some final deadlift changes there. But as it currently stands, Charles currently leads with a 622.5 kilo total, followed by Hakeem and Joey, tied for second and third respectively with 610, with Hakeem leading over Joey with body weight advantage. We're here waiting to see what Hakeem puts in for his third attempt deadlift. But it looks like Joey Ho might be attempting to pull into first place ahead of Charles. Trying to gamble to see if Charles misses that third deadlift.
Christopher's coming out here making a 5 kilo jump to 225 kilos for his third attempt. Strong third attempt from Rye.
Perfect attempt selection, yep. 3 whites. He seems to be very excited about that lift.
Next up, we got Ryan. Looking to make another decently sized jump, going up about 12.5 kilos to finish out with 235 for his third attempt. Ryan coming up next here took a
17.5 kilo jump from first to second, and is now taking an additional 12.5 kilo jump. Covered some serious ground in the deadlift after losing quite a bit in the squats.
Looks smooth. Let's see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights, good lift.
And Ryan ends off with a 560 kilo total. Very solid total for a 67.5 kilo junior. We got the referees inspecting the bar for some blood. The spotters and loaders getting ready to clean it up. Just keeping the lifters safe. Making sure that bar is free of any chalk, baby powder, blood, anything that might have gotten into the bar.
Looks like a good lift here for Sky.
Yeah, very good attempt selection there. This seems to be just about what he had left in the tank. Kevin Yoke coming up next, 237.5 kilos. Too much on the day for him. It's still a valiant effort, and Kevin Yoke still walks away with 230 kilos, 507 pounds.
Next up, we have Braden coming out, making a 10 kilo jump to 240 kilos for his third attempt.
Braden's currently sitting in 6th place, looking to pull himself into a medal position, trying to knock off Christopher Matthews, sneaking himself into that 5th place. And again, as a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, places all the way from 1st to 5th are awarded a medal here at Nationals. So Braden really trying to walk away with some hardware. Gets that down command. Let's see what the referees say. 3 white lights. So Charles is currently in the lead and will be the first puller to go up. So he has to essentially try to extend his lead as far as possible without overextending himself and opening up the door for Hakeem and Joey, who are both bigger pullers and will be going after him. Charles currently sitting at a 622.5, looking to move up to 630, trying to put him out of range for Joey and Hakeem. Very important lift for Charles here.
Smooth third attempt.
Locks it out, gets that down command, and gets 3 white lights. He is now your leader, sitting at 630 kilos. Hakeem is now up next with a 620 kilo total. Looking to move himself into that position, trying to knock Joey off that 2nd place, trying to swap medals with him. And this just changes everything here. It just keeps the door open for Joey to essentially do whatever he wants. He is opting to take 265 kilos for his 3rd and final deadlift to swap places with Hakeem. We got a few attempt changes in progress. Looks like Joey will be attempting 265 kilos to prove himself from a 6'10 total to 622.5. This is to swap medals with Hakeem. This will move from a bronze medal over to silver, knocking Hakeem down to 3rd place.
What a fight from Joey. Next up, we have Bruce coming out with a 162.5 kilo opener. He will be our first lifter to start off first attempt deadlifts in Flight E. Flight E is our last flight of lifters in session 2. Smooth opener for Bruce. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Dwayne Young is coming out to attempt a 167.5 kilo deadlift opener. Easy opener for him. Good lift. Next up, we have John attempting 185 kilos for his opener. Two to one, good lift. Looks like a good pull for Aaron. Judges say 3 white lights. Great opener for David. Good lift for Jeff. 3 white lights. Craig is looking to attempt a 212.5 kilo opener. Looks like it moves well. Next up, we have Jason coming out to attempt a 215 kilo opener. Easy lockout for Jason. Out comes Dennis, attempting 220 kilos for his opener. Again, Dennis is one of our masters lifters. He is between the ages of 40 and 49 years old. Up next, we have Ty coming out to attempt a 227.5 kilo deadlift opener. That is over 3 times his body weight that he is pulling for an opener. Well done by Ty, makes it look easy. 3 white lights, good lift. Looks like Dwayne's opener might have been a little bit of a grind there. Let's see what the judges have to say. Should be a good lift. 3 white lights.
And just to reiterate, ladies and gentlemen, how impressive it is to watch these master lifters compete. A lot of the times people think that once you enter the masters division, you're only going to regress from there. But these lifters are actually hitting all-time PRs on the platform even as they go up in age. So it really just goes to show how much they're really practicing that longevity, and they're just truly kind of defying what the expectations are when it comes to lifting and kind of the age limit set on powerlifting. So very impressive from all these lifters.
Here we have David Camp opening with 245 kilos. Very nice opener for him.
Martin going up to 250 kilos, 551 pounds. Now we got our final opener of this session. David Brown taking 262.5 kilos for a ride.
That's a strong pull for David.
Yeah. 3 white lights.
Next up, we're going back to the top of the flight. Bruce is coming out to attempt 177.5 kilos. That is a 15 kilo jump, and he will start us off with our second attempt deadlifts.
Again, this flight is all of our master lifters, so we're going to get started off with our M3, our 60 to 69 years of age lifters. So pretty impressive to be taking a 15 kilo jump.
Three white lights, good lift. Dwayne made a 15 kilo jump. Looked like it moved well for a second attempt.
John Buckwald up next here, 15 kilo jump, 185 to 200 kilos, 441 pounds. And a very interesting battle here in the M3 75 kilos. It's kind of unfolding. We got John Buchwald and Dwayne Young, who are just spread by 5 kilos apart, battling for that podium level position. Both are just 5 kilos apart from each other, in contention for that 3rd place. Aaron Lucius up next, 202.5, 446 pounds. Able to break the ground, but just can't get it past those shins. So we'll see if he retries that weight for his 3rd and final attempt.
Next up, we got David coming out with a 12.5 kilo jump, jumping to 210 kilos for his 2nd attempt. Judges say 3 white lights.
Jeff Cohen up next, 12.5 kilo jump, 217.5. Jeff is coming pretty close to his all-time best, just 5 kilos shy of his 222.5 PR. Let's see if he's able to surpass that today based off of his 2nd attempt. Jason Jackson up next, M2 lifter, another 15 kilo jump for him.
Solid attempt from Jason. 3 white lights. Next up, we have Dennis coming out, one of our Masters 1 lifters. He is making a 15 kilo jump to 235 kilos. Strong 2nd for Dennis. Ty looking to make a 10 kilo jump for his 2nd attempt here.
Good lift there, 3 white lights. Dwayne is up next, and again, we're seeing that swap in referee since he is going for a world record total. So all these referees need to adjudicate all of his lifts in order to validate his attempts. Chips going on the bar now. We got Craig Safran who's loading up a world record attempt, taking a 33.5 kilo jump from opener to second, going all in on the second attempt, trying to gain that world record. He is an M3 lifter, aged 60 to 69 years of age, lifting 542 pounds.
That is a massive jump, and he manages to pull it anyways.
World record attempt, ladies and gentlemen. Platform 1. Craig Safran gets 3 white lights and claims a new M3 world record deadlift.
We're going to see a 15 kilo jump for Oren here to his second, looking to take 250 kilos. Very easy second attempt. Unfortunately, 3 red lights for David. Looks like he had a little bit of up-down. Martin making a 12.5 kilo jump to 262.5.
Again, he'll have one more go at this weight. We're just on our second attempts, and now we got our final second attempt of the session. David Brown is going for a 7.5 kilo jump, 595 pounds, just shy of 600. His opener move like butter. Let's see if he can make this one fly.
Looks like a good lift. That'll set David up nicely for a good third attempt pull here.
There we go, 3 white lights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our last round of deadlifts of the entire session. Bruce Endler will kick us off with 182.5. Our M3 lifter will be now crossing the 400-pound barrier with this final deadlift, taking a 5 kilo jump from second to third. These are the heaviest lifts these athletes will be attempting today.
Very nice pull from Bruce. Locks it out. Looks like a good lift. 3 white lights.
Dwayne Young here looking to close out his day with a even 200 kilo deadlift. 17.5 kilo jump. Nonetheless, and honestly, he looked like the perfect attempt selection there. Like just about what he had on the day.
Next up, we have Aaron looking to reattempt that 202.5 kilo attempt that he missed on his second.
He was able to break it off the floor. Just hopefully he's able to get it past the shins and to the lockout. Hopefully he makes some technical adjustments. Fortunately, was not there today. John Buckwald up next, taking a 10 kilo jump from 200 to 210 kilos.
Good fight from David.
Yeah, he's able to grind out that attempt, gets it down command, and gets 3 white lights. He stayed very patient during the setup. He really took his time getting his mind right, setting his position, and just being able to just grind through those sticking points. Jeff Cohen just shy of 500-pound deadlift here. This will actually put Jeff's all-time best deadlift. He'll increase that by 2.5 kilos. His best coming into this competition was 222.5. He's now ending his day with a 225 kilo deadlift. And a 9-for-9 day.
Great pull from Jeff.
Yeah, what a perfect day for Jeff. Total PRs across the board, and just an overall fabulous day. He ends with a 2nd place finish in the M1 division, 75 kilos.
Next up, we have Dwayne looking to reattempt the 240 kilos that he missed on his second attempt.
Reagan Safran taking a 551 kilo deadlift attempt. Broke a world record in the second, and is now attempting another world record, trying to up his world record by 4 kilos. Let's see it, Craig. Lock it out.
He manages to grind it out.
Yeah, consistent and patient with the weight, and he gets 3 white lights and sets another world record, the one he just broke in the previous attempt. Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our last 4 deadlifts of the session. We're getting started with David Camp, who will be retaking 260 kilos. Missed that on his second and is retaking that here. Got a technical call on his second attempt. Let's see if we can clean that up here. See if David can make those technical adjustments. That looks a lot better. Let's see how the referees like the lockout. And they do 3 white lights.
Next up, we have Martin coming back out to reattempt 262.5 kilos. Strong third attempt from Warren.
Yeah, amazing pull there. Able to scrap up an additional 12.5 kilos. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to our final deadlift of the day. David Brown will be looking to cross over the 600-pound barrier, going for 606, 275 kilos as a Masters 1 division lifter. This is over 3.5 times his body weight.
Dwayne looks ready to go.
Yeah, he's already won this division, just trying to do a victory lap here, trying to go 3 for 3 in the deadlift event. There you go, David. Lock it out. Unfortunately, the referees did not believe his shoulders or knees were fully locked out. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes your Platform 1 and 2, Session 2 of the 2025 USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals Championship here in Atlanta, Georgia. We will be following up with the awards. For the awards for this session will be streamed on the Platform 1 and 2 live stream. So stay tuned and watch the live stream. For the awards, we will have a primetime session to follow starting at 7:30, and we will meet you guys up shortly. Thank you.
skip to the next song. Skip to the next song. All right, turn the music off. Turn the music off. Velociraptor. Somebody turn that music off. Anybody back there? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Kathy, and I'm on the technical committee. And today I would like to bring your attention to a gentleman, Mr. Brenton Fleming, who took his national referee practical exam today. To become a national referee, first you must have a written exam. You must pass with at least a 90%, and I understand you passed 98%? Which means that he is really strong on the rules. He has to have performed at the state level before he can even submit an application. And today, I would like to invite you to join with me in recognizing that Brenton is continuing his advancement as a referee, one of the ones who gives of their time to be here at the venue for our sport so that our athletes have the referees and they can do their best on the platform. So ladies and gentlemen, as he receives the silver tie, which recognizes he is now a national referee, as well as the name tag and the badge, which recognizes that, I invite you to put your hands together and congratulate him for this achievement. Thank you. Gino, thank you.
Job. All right. I'm just waiting for the sheet. I'm waiting for the sheet, and then we'll give out the medals. Where was she? All right. She was unavailable earlier. So Jenna Kohler got the gold medal in the 48 kilo junior category. Give her a round of applause for her gold medal. Who's got the sheet?